Hello, everybody. We are officially loaded in and we're back. So, yes, last time we lifted off from the lunar surface, and this time we are having to rendezvous. And yeah, I mean, maybe I was a little bit harsh by the "I'm not 13 anymore" comment, but I personally don't think so. Because save states for missions that long is huge. You know, Apollo is like a 6 hour thing. Like, I don't know, like, maybe I'm being too critical, but I don't know. I just feel like maybe the priorities are a little bit backwards, in my opinion. There's major stability issues, and I see things get added. I don't see nearly as many patches happening as I would expect at this stage of the game. And, you know, like, I stick my neck out there when I recommend the game, too. Like, I got a brand here, and albeit it's only a 383 subscriber brand, but I got a brand here. So, I stick my neck out there in favor of this game. And so I would like if... And the game is absolutely worth the price that it's asking for just Gemini and Mercury. But I would like for everyone to get the whole promised package. You know? That's where I'm coming from. It worked in 0.6, 0.7. This stuff was working. And it's not now. So we've gone backwards. And that's what's heartbreaking, is because we've gone backwards. There's more stuff now. But what's the point of more stuff if the stuff isn't even implemented / working properly / bugged / whatever? It was working before and it's not now. So ultimately, the bottom line is it's gone backwards. And I'm not mad by any means. But the priorities are backwards now. Anyways, enough of that noise. We are on rendezvous procedures. So we just lifted off, and I tried to find a save state of before we just lifted off so we could launch again, just as a little bit of a stream refresh. But I couldn't find any, so this is what we're stuck with. Sorry about that. Here we go. So shaft trunnion angle, ±5. Rate scale, 5 degrees per second. And we'll go range, rate. VHF, slap that into forward. Oh man, and I do notice that this is significantly more chuggy than Open Orbiter. Let's make sure we have PCM bitrate low. Good. And let's just hop into the other craft and make sure that we have PCM bitrate set to low. Very good. Okay. I don't foresee us doing any time skipping during rendezvous, but we'll see. No CMC star tracker tells me. Yeah, well, when you memorize the star charts, it gets a little easier. Like you could see, I had a pretty good feel on it. I was able to say like, oh, here's star 24, so the other star is, you know, just across the pond. And I was able to find the stars pretty good. You develop a feel for it. All right. So aside from setting those three switches, or three switches and a knob, first part of our procedures is to load, of course, the proper setting for digital autopilot, which is 12002. I have a full procedure for this set up already, so yeah, if you don't know what I'm doing, then I highly recommend you go back. Lunar module weight and command module weight. I don't know the weights right now because I don't have the previously recorded stuff. So real quick, just give me one moment. I'm going to give us a DAP pad, selecting the vessel, selecting the lunar module. And lunar module is the Eagle. Calculate. So our weight here is plus 0.5. We are undocked ascent stage. Recalculate. Plus 0.5795. And that's currently our weight. So that's good. CSM weight does not matter right now. We're just going to pro through that. And switch to the command module. And we've got an uplink to accept. We are not in PTC. Ready for uplink. Now, aside from the uplinks and maybe the P-57s, if this is your first rendezvous, I really, really strongly recommend that you do not do sextant marks or anything like that in the CM. You can do the VHF marks, that's easy to set up, but you're going to have a hard time with keeping up with the time. So I don't recommend it if it's your first time. Just take the L on the CMC procedures. Yeah, roll and yaw are 0. Let's do verb 37, enter, 20, enter. So all of this you should do just to make sure you've got a good lem state vector at the moment. Super helpful. But I'll let you know when to stop. Like, if it's your first time, when to not do some things. We're going to accept auto maneuver here. And while we're waiting, we're just going to start some LEM procedures. We're going to close the rendezvous radar circuit breakers. Verb 41, noun 72, enter, plus 00000, enter, plus 28300, enter. And as, of course, if this is also your first time doing the rendezvous, I do not recommend jumping back and forth between craft, as you may forget what sequence you're in. So that's going to get itself aligned. We can go back to the CM, see what's going on there. And yep, we are in attitude now. So once we're in attitude, hit enter on the computer to start our tracking. We will reset our W matrix of state vectors for the lem. We'll hit ourselves a verb 80. And we will begin verb 87. So we're going to start the mark sequence very shortly. We may get a few pop-ups as a result of that mark sequence, but there it is. So that's how we can verify that our state vector is good. Our state vector and the lem state vector. Rendezvous radar should be nearly in attitude now. And just to verify, yep, switch back to lem was the last thing we needed. So rendezvous radar is in attitude. We will open up our circuit breakers here and terminate the gimbal sequence with verb 44. And we're going to switch everything here to off. And 417 plus 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, enter. Open up the circuit breaker for inverter 1. And we will turn on our exterior tracker. 410 plus 1. And now we need to start loading up the stuff from our pads. So 373, we can see here, this is the CSI time in decimal. So 03233, enter. And we need 275 plus 04205 listed right underneath it. And that is the time of TPI in decimal. Now we need to load the cotangent of the line of sight to the CM, which is 00777. Triple sevens. Very lucky. 416 plus 1. 623 plus 0. 451 plus 0. And 616 plus 4 zeros and a 7. And now we can perform IMU realign. AOT lamp circuit breaker close. Make sure the AOT lamp is on detent F. Verb 37, enter. 52, enter. We are going to do option 3. Oops. Ah. Proceed. Proceed. Pings to auto. Proceed. Proceed. So this is P52 and it's pick a par option. So this will be interesting. We're in attitude, so we'll go at hold. We'll bypass any trim. Confirm we're marking star 40 through the forward detent. And once we get to flashing verb 54, we'll switch to minimum impulse.
Rotation.
Mark. 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 And that should be good for this star. Proceed. And next up is star 23. And yes, for those who may watch my, just every once in a while when I'm in Discord streaming, you may have noticed that the minimum impulse select is very intense. Yeah, that gets updated in the future version. However, since this is like a long time ago, and you can't update NASP until you finish a mission because the updates could break some things. That's just the only rule of NASP. You have to suck up with whatever is like outdated until you're done with the mission. And so NASP is almost always up to date, but since we put this series on hold so that we could do reentry for a while, we're very out of date. And there were some nice quality of life improvements which happened to make minimum impulse firing of the jets to be, let's just say, less dramatic. You know, because you can see like one puff, it makes us pick up speed pretty quickly. So but you could see, regardless, it's good. And that's what it's all about. Anything less than 1-0 here is a acceptable mark sequence. Yes, fail here. And so at this point, we're just going to proceed to accept these values. Verb 34 to bypass the start check. 0, enter, and go back to maximal impulse. Make sure our detent is back to CL, and I don't know the reason for this, to be honest, because this is just a mirror system like in a tank. So I don't know why the detent needs to be moved back to CL, but I'm sure there was some kind of reason. Roll and yaw back to 0. Yep, that's what you've been teaching me, and it's a good reminder for the first time. Yeah, man, definitely things change. Can't wait to update after 8. Been a ton of updates and lots of fixes. Yeah, I play on Open Orbiter for the time being, and I was thinking of running a little... Ooh, that's bad. Running a little, Apollo 7 mission. It's to test out how that goes without, you know, the very, very far... boxes that you would get in Orbiter Beta. It's probably not going to go great, but, you know, it's worth a try. I do prefer Orbiter Beta for lunar missions because the Rendezvous mark sequences and stuff could be a little easier. But overall, it's either one you pick is good. Open Orbiter is great because it doesn't have that disappearing mouse glitch that you sometimes get. Yep, select Rendezvous radar. And we'll load ourselves up. So verb 37, enter 20, enter. Pings to auto. And proceed to board site. And yeah, as you can see, sometimes, you know, when you click proceed, it doesn't go through the first time. Same with real life. You gotta hit it again. Sometimes you gotta hold it for like a second. Okay, we're in attitude. Rendezvous radar is gimbaling into position. We're going to mount our crew alignment or crew optical alignment system. Scope, that is, crew optical alignment scope. When we hit enter, because we're in attitude, rendezvous radar should start its gimbal. It may take just a second. There she goes. Woo! I was sweating there for a second. I was sweating for just a second. I was really worried about that. All right, let's watch this tracer. Well, I'm not entirely convinced that that's peak signal strength. Before that acquires, let's slew. And let's find it a little more down. Well, she's acquired. Oh, sorry, that's in auto track, my bad. A little more down. I know, program alarm 503, because I took away your precious rendezvous radar, we'll give it back to you. I just was not entirely convinced that that was the peak signal strength. You'll have to forgive me. I know, I know. I just wasn't entirely convinced, okay? I had side low blocked one time and it ruined my whole rendezvous, and now I'm self-conscious about it. Okay? There's your lock. You happy now? Yeah, she's happy now. Nice. Go to pro on that. Okay, tracking's acquired. DAP is bore sighting a bit aggressively since, you know, we took away the rendezvous radar and then gave it back. Encourages the DAP to fire a little bit more aggressively, but we're holding bore sight, and we are about to read our very first mark. So we'll give ourselves up to the 54-minute mark here. 20 seconds elapsed, and we'll see what happens. What is our time of co-elliptic sequence initiate? Happens at 1:25:23 19.31. Very good, very good. That gives us plenty of time. We're go to do verb 80 to inspect our last mark. Or sorry, to start taking marks. If we do verb 16, noun 45, enter, we can see when marks equals 1. Standing by for mark sequence. In the interest of time, we may give ourselves a premature verb 67. And we're going to monitor for convergence. O649, row to accept. O649, row to accept. Mark sequence accepted. And there we go, marks equals 1, that's very good. Convergence. Lunar orbit rendezvous simulation. Well, we're flying lunar orbit rendezvous right now. This is an entire simulation of Apollo using the real computer program. Okay, so it looks like register 2 slightly increased. Potentially just due to attitude drift. You can see she's really trying to hold. That signal strength is still good, so I am confident. Confident to start co-elliptic sequence initiate. Verb 37, enter. 32, enter. Co-elliptic sequence starts at 1:25 hours, 23 minutes, and 19.31 seconds. That is our prediction, not the actual value. See, now that is a much smaller value. We are go to accept that mark. For sure. Convergence is converging. Yes, marks are converging. Very good. Oh, 655. Right. I should probably explain. Anytime you see 0649 appear, it's because there is a high difference between the recorded command module state vector and what the mark shows. Since we haven't done a CM state vector uplink to the LEM, we are going to get a lot of 0649s, and they should start small, or sorry, they'll start kind of big-ish. Not like, if you get something that's bigger than maybe like 500, which I think in terms of marks, the decimal is one slot over, so that would be 50.0. You got some problems. Anything a little less than that. The biggest thing you're looking out for is you just want to see the 0649 values drop. In Apollo 12, you do get the CSM uplink right away. So you shouldn't get more than like 2 0649s, if any at all. When I ran Apollo 12, I didn't get any. So, swag. Oh my god, Swag's in the chat. Now I'm sweating bullets. Welcome, Captain Swag, everyone, a developer of NASP. Also, Swag, I don't know if you saw the bad news, but I had to discontinue my reentry tutorials because the ICDU angles and the FDAI were not matching up. So, reentry holds a special place in my heart. I've been flying reentry since before they had the LEM checklists and fucking even the lunar module. But unfortunately, I have to put it to rest. So very sad. Yeah, actually, I'm kind of upset. But the ICDU angles and down 20 and the FDAI don't match up. Which means, you're flying blind. That makes burns impossible. I could do a manual burn, but if I'm flying blind, if the FDAI does not match the IMU, that's a whole nother thing, so I had to discontinue it for the time being. Regardless, 0655, these are just, what this basically is it's some stuff you gotta load in. It's part of the calculation for co-elliptic sequence initiate. Again, surface level tutorials I don't really put out anything crazy demonstration wise. But the values that are listed here are the abscissa of your constant delta height, which is a second burn that gets you just slightly underneath the command module's orbit. And then you have your TPI elevation angle, so your terminal phase initiate elevation angle, and that's I can't remember if that's you know what, the devs here is the elevation angle, is that the inclination? I'm pretty sure that's the inclination. Yeah, I know. He goes from pushing content and not fixing bugs, or he's been doing that for a really, really long time, and I think it's actually suffered because of that. Um, he suffered because of that, because back in 0.6 and 0.7, Apollo was working much, much better than it is now, and that's very sad. Very, very sad. Elevation angle is the phase height relationship. Yes, okay, so it is like inclination, but not relative to the yeah, I know what you mean. It's like inclination, but it's not relative to the equator of the moon. It's relative to the command module's orbital position. Yeah, okay. Okay. That makes sense. And then the last one's the central angle. So for this, it's given in the flight plan. So you'll just enter in whatever the flight plan tells you to enter in here. For Apollo 11, it's these three values. And now we just need to load our terminal phase initiate. Which is occurring at 127 hours, 0 minutes, and 30 seconds. Not quite like inclination. Phase height relationship. So if you drew a triangle with its base adjacent face at the lemma orbit tangent and the hypotenuse as a line between the two vehicles, the elevation angle is the angle between those two lines. Definitely cannot visualize that. That is quite hard to visualize in 3D. Actually, this might be easier if I load up an orbit MFD with targets on both the LEM and CM. angle above prograde of the CSM line of sight from the line. Oh, yeah, no, yeah, okay. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. All right, have a good one. All right. Well, smaller value than last time, that's good. We're good to accept that. It's something that I'll probably make a video later about it. Again, surface level, just how to do it. I'll make a video breaking this down because it's actually quite interesting. And of course, it will be on MS Paint. But I'll have to work on stuff. Ooh, we might be a bit behind schedule here, actually. Too much time talking, not enough time calculating rendezvous. And give ourselves the old verb 47. See ya, Swag. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, I can kind of visualize it now. I know what it's going for. It helps our CDH burn. Yeah, we're definitely a wee bit behind schedule, so we're gonna have to do this rather quickly. Okay. 400 plus 3. Plus 0, good. Verb 83. That's plenty fine for now. Good. 440. Good. And 277. 1.27 degrees. Pretty comparable. That's very good. All right. 310. Readout. Set the event timer. Stop. Reset. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Counting down. Start. $400 plus 2. We're going to do our verb 32, enter. While we go back to the CM, as time permits, take marks. Time has not permitted. We can start our VHF ranging marks if we haven't already. But aside from that, time has not permitted us to take optics marks. So back to the lem. And this is sort of the struggle, the balance of time and optics marks and all of that jazz. I'm pretty sure we do actually have a sufficient amount of time, but it's going to be quite a struggle to get there. While we're waiting on computations, we're going to test out our fuel manifold here. Propellant. Helium. S-band receiver has problems. Okay. We never started VHF ranging. So I don't think the command module is going to be able to... Oh, it is taking marks. Okay. Yes, I'm moving between the lunar module and the command module. That is correct. That is very correct. Here's our delta height, our delta time between CSI and CDH, and our delta time between CDH and TPI. Here is the local vertical burn for CSI, local vertical burn for CDH. Again, all predictions right now. Up to 10 marks. We checked out fuel manifold, we checked out that, we checked out helium, and we just test out our quad temps, and they are all in the zone here. The red zone you're looking at for the quad temps. And now we just wait for 15 minutes. We are at 15 minutes, verb 90. And what this is going to do is it's going to, this is actually going to factor for our inclination. This is our y dot. So when we plug in the time here, we get our y dot, and our PSI. We take the y dot and we insert the negative of that value into our local vertical burn. So if you got to this point, grab your pen and paper, because you're gonna have to note down your y dot, you're gonna have to note down your time, and you're gonna have to note down any local vertical burns that you're doing. So grab your pen and paper, start writing that stuff down. Y dot will factor in our inclination error as we do these burns. So here we go. It's not the right piece of paper. I mean, what the hell, why not use the back of it? Oh wait, it's double-sided. Alright. Amazing time for the 60s and 70s lunar man missions. Yeah, this stuff is pretty impressive, but like conceptually, if you learn how to do it, it's not very challenging. Conceptually, the math is hard. Conceptually, it's not hard to understand. I have yet to do any sort of deep dive into Rendezvous in lunar orbit, or quite frankly, the co-elliptic sequence Rendezvous in general. I've done just a general dive so that I can do this tutorial and Rendezvous properly, and I can show you how to Rendezvous properly. And at some point, we'll do a bit of a deep dive, and then I'll go into MS Paint, we'll draw it all up, and we'll make it very nice and simple to understand on a conceptual level. So the purpose of this video is not the concept, it is just how to fly it. We'll get into the concept later, because that's a can of worms. I have a tab open with the Apollo flight plan that has conceptually what it is, but it doesn't have the individual components. Like, it doesn't explain what the central angle is, what the apsis constant delta height is, what, you know, any of that stuff is. It just explains what each burn does. And I would like to get just a little bit more deep. Not just what each burn does, but also like what actually you're typing into the computer and how that may affect the burn. That's kind of what I want to get a little bit in. I want to do just a little bit deeper than that surface level. But right now we're doing that surface level understanding just so that you can pilot your own missions. That's the whole point of this channel, to get you to a point where you necessarily don't know everything, but you can pilot your own missions. And if you want to deep dive further on your own, you can do that, or you can wait for my deep dive videos. But first, we need to teach you how to pilot, and that's the most important thing. So, CSI time is 125 hours, 23 minutes, and 19.31 seconds. Proceed. And we should get our 0690 here. But yeah, now that I think about it, now that I like, now I can kind of visualize what they were going for with the triangle stuff. Okay, so 0690, we're just taking a look at that second row, and you write that down. Proceed. Waiting on 12 minutes, we have exactly 1 minute to take marks. Oh, actually, we have no minutes to take marks, actually. Because it's time to do our final computation in the command module. So, verb 88 to terminate mark sequence on VHF. Proceed for final computation. So this part you should do. If you miss the burn in the LEM or something happens in the LEM, you can burn in the CM. It's a great backup. So you should do this just to practice, but the marks and stuff, like if it's your first time, just chill. Don't do the marks if it's your first time. You know, the sextant marks, just, you know, I recommend doing Apollo 8, then Apollo 7, then learn the LEM. And when you're learning the LEM, you really don't want to have to go back to the command module and do all the sextant marks when you're more focused on learning the rendezvous radar system in the LEM. So in my opinion, that's more important. Then for your next type of rendezvous, you can do both. Final computation is taking a while, so we're going to just hop ourselves back to the LEM real quick. And oops, accidentally resized the checklist window to be really tiny. We are at that 12-minute mark, so we are going to proceed for final computation. And since we started the computation in the CM first, we're going to go back to the CM because it's going to get done first. Or will it? It is taking a suspiciously long time to calculate. And I don't want to time accelerate. Nope, nope, nope. So it's done in the LEM first. That's good. So here we go. Hit proceed here. And see, here's our delta V, but we need to insert y dot into row 2, verb 22. And now, so for y dot, if you recorded a negative value, you'll make it positive. If you recorded a positive value, you'll make it negative. So you do the inverse. We recorded negative 00014, so we will insert positive 00014. And now, make sure to write this down. Plus 00368 plus 00014 plus 00000. Proceed. Here is our local vertical delta V's for CDH. We do not need to write those down just yet. In real life, they would have for comparison, of course, during the CDH burn, but it is not required just yet. We can see our timers are still in good sync, looks like to me anyways. S-band antenna, select pitch to -13, yaw to +17, and of course we get the S-band receiver error because we broke lock with misfin. Track mode to slew, and we'll go for an eggs update. Verb 47. 414 plus 1. 414 readout, and proceed. After this eggs update, there was one time I switched vessels during an eggs update, and it really didn't like that, so I don't do that anymore. I wait for this to show +0 and this to start flashing, and then I switch vessels. It wasn't a problem until it was. .5016, so we're go, disky blank. We're gonna come back over here and we get a program alarm 605. It may be because we didn't take any optics marks. So because of that, we are actually just going to go to program 0. We don't have time to do any of that BSRE, so it's probably because we didn't take any optics marks that we got the program alarm. I'm not entirely certain why that would be the case. We did check program 20 and our state vectors were good, so I don't know why she's got a problem, but it is what it is. We'll worry about it after our burn. You can sometimes get a large timestamp when you switch between vessels, yeah. I don't know why we got that program alarm, though. I've never seen that before. 357.48. 567.48. You know what? That's definitely within the realm of good enough. .317 readout. 440 readout. 400 plus 3 for our eggs and pings align. See, the plus 3 didn't go through. There we go. Always good to check. 277 readout. Bitrate too low. Proceed. Waiting for that 5-minute mark now, so... Yeah, Matthew, do you know what the 607 program alarm? I'm pretty sure that is just occurring because we didn't actually get the chance to make an optics mark. I'm 99% sure that's what it is, so it couldn't calculate properly. 99% sure. But we know if we load program 20, we still have... we still had good state vector. The optics were pointing in the correct direction, so I'm not particularly worried, and it's something we can take a look at after the burn. 5 minutes. .41, enter. We are going to bypass maneuver. And we're going to do verb 06, noun 86. This gives us our eggs delta V readout. Release. Pulse to drive, register 1 and register 2 to 0. So we're going to try that as best we can. Yeah, that's about as best as we can do, quite frankly. So we'll go pings auto here. .400 plus 0. And 410 plus 5. Oops. Alright, and now we just write in our eggs values. 368. .14 and 0. 407 plus 0. 502, readout. TTCA enable. And we're chilling like a villain for 2 minutes. Any questions so far? Any questions? We can write down our time of ignition was 125. 2301931 TIG delta V Y dot yeah, I mean, to be honest, Lunar Rendezvous, Apollo 11 I find has a pretty tight first bit of the rendezvous because you have to watch that mark sequence converge. So it does cut away from your CSI time, but after that, when you get to your like CDH calculations and your TPI, it begins to get really chill. Really, really chill. So... But you know what? You're going to have to do Apollo... My recommendation is to do Apollo 7 before you do Apollo 11. While Apollo 11 is overall an easier mission, I personally learn better if I focus on one vehicle at a time. And if I'm balancing learning the LEM and learning CSM on top of it because I've only flown one mission, it's not going to be good. So my advice is to go to Apollo 7 and learn the hardcore LEM procedures. Give ourselves a verb 77 before the disky blank, just so that we don't get the weird and actual glitch of the disky display not displaying right up until the time of ignition. We know it's all plus Z, though. So...
Translation.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ignition. There is no co-op. Orbiter is from like 25 years ago, so no supported co-op, unfortunately. However, the devs and many people will gladly pretend to be mission control for you in the NASP Discord. They'll keep track of all your pads and stuff for you. It's great. They'll even teach you what to do in case you mess up. So, very nice people over there. And that is how you do that. Perfectly zero residuals. I should change my name to Residuals. I'm just kidding. Someone's already called residuals. Alright, constant delta height time. TTCA disabled.
Rotation.
Go back to minimum impulse. Pings to auto. 400 plus 2. 417 plus 1. 33. Enter. 410 plus 2. And while we're waiting for that to load, we can go ahead with our checking of our 373 eggs data, our 310 eggs data, 477, which is vertical, and that is a slight bit off. 2, 5, 0. Sorry, 477 was not our local vertical. I think it was how much we had left to burn there. 450. Sorry, 452, not 525. And that looks good there. Here's our new time of ignition of CDH. So our CDH time of ignition CDH is plus 00126 plus 00021 plus 03352. If it's your first time flying this mission, definitely pause. It's good for the soul to pause when you're writing this stuff down. Trust me. And we can reset the DET. While we're thinking there, back to the LEM, we've got ourselves a co-elliptic sequence initiate LEM update. So run ourselves P76. And we need to enter the delta V's that the LEM burned, which was 368, 14, and 0. There are decimals, by the way. That's 36.8, 1.4. I just call it out as I see it. So TIG plus 23 seconds, so that would be 125, 23, 53. So 125, 23, and 53 seconds. Proceed. And once we get flashing 37, we'll go to bore site, not bore site, sextant site, the lunar module again. Waiting for attitude computations. It's thinking hard right now. Alright, new attitude, proceed. Yeah, this stuff is, I definitely think that the shuttle and Soyuz have much easier rendezvous procedures, because they're newer. I heard that actually quite a lot of this can be done automatically as well in the Dragon capsule, so if these procedures are entirely applicable to them, we'll never know. But the math is still applicable, so you have that. Radar. Oh, yeah. Radar, we got that shit figured out since Mercury. They were doing radar ranging with Mercury. And we got orbit radar figured out since Gemini, so. Enter. We're going to wait for the attitude to get good before we key verb 87. And we're going to get a possible noun 49 on our first mark. So it's good attitude, verb 87. And we're just going to verify in the sextant real quick that we do have a pretty good state vector on the old lem there. Yep, down 49, and we'll accept that. Those are really good deltas. Give me one ping. Well, that was your one ping right there. 0649. That was your ping. Back to the lem. And, ooh, pause. Let's just take a moment to appreciate that for a split second. That reminded me of Hunt for the Red October. Verify range to target. One ping only. One ping. One ping only. Okay, reset event timer. And you can see we have a whole whopping 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 minutes and 20 seconds. So yeah, you can see after that first burn, it gets really chill. There's our 4 marks. We've actually got 5 already. Verb 67, enter. And we're gonna queue up our W matrix stuff. To be honest, I don't know what the individual registers in the W matrix mean exactly, but we're resetting it, and that's pretty much all I can tell you, to be honest. I don't know much about the W matrix other than it's basically a table of stated vectors that you can use to weigh against current marks and such. $16.45, and now we just need to wait for 3 marks here. And while we do wait for those 3 marks, because this is going to go from 6 back to 0 and then climb up to 3, when we take our first radar ping, this will go from 6 to 0. Yep, so a minute has rolled over, so it resets to 0, and now we're waiting for the next radar ping, and there it is right there. We've got about 2 minutes to get to 3 marks, so I think we can well, we'll stay, actually. We'll stay here. There's a nice view out the window. It's the input to a... Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, I remember asking about this a really, really long time ago. I'll have to dig through those chats again, and I'm gonna reword what you guys told me, and I'll put it up in a community post. Anytime I find something really cool, I put it up in a community post. So, like, for example, I had a gimbal lock one time, and or it wasn't a gimbal lock, actually. It was I had a really small mid-course correction, like abnormally small mid-course correction. And so I actually had to burn in an attitude which would have caused the gimbal lock. So I wrote down the procedure for a rapid IMU course alignment. And I'm actually going to dig up the procedure for using the roll, pitch, and yaw align with the GDC and stuff to do that. And I'm gonna dig up those procedures and I'll write them in a community post as well. I've been meaning to do that, I just forgot. Anyways, that should be almost our 3 marks. And that is, I'll tell you what, Braintree's got some nice internal graphics, but nothing beats the external view in the orbiter. I'll tell you what, nothing beats the external view. Look at that. And Braintree, this just looks like a PNG, but here we actually got some nice elevation, terrain. It looks detailed. Yeah, it's great. Alright, there's our 3 marks, verb 32, and we'll recalculate. It does annoy me that it doesn't look like we get a time of ignition for these burns. You get a delta H, a delta T from CDH to TPI, and a delta T from TPI to TPI. Doesn't look like you actually get an announced time of ignition. I wonder if there's a way to pull that up. Because I would love to not have to bust out my calculator and do that math real quick. But I want to say that you can pull it up with not 1645, but 06 noun 13, verb 06 noun 13. And I think that is updated time of ignition for CDH in this program. I think that will work. And Matthew will correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm about 90% positive that program 33's recycles go back into the noun 13 register. So you don't need to do the math, you can just pull up noun 13. Alright, 0675. Proceed. Here's our deltas. Proceed. And that should write those into the noun registers they need to be located in. So hopefully if I check noun, what was it? Short-term memory issues again. Noun 13, we should see that change got reflected. So before we do that though, we are going to calculate our y dot. Actually, let's grab that. So 126, 21, 33, 52. And it looks like that's the same. So go to enter that in. 126, 21, 33, 52. Oh, you know what? It was minus 30 minutes. Ah, damn it. wait. That was a waste of time. In the meantime, while that's calculating, we're gonna set up program 33 here. Oh, damn. Oopsies. So here you're just going to insert the time of ignition of CDH, that is, and wait for the marks. Here we go. You can set your event timer. I like to set it here as well because I do the marks, the optics marks, and it's good to keep an eye on the time. Yes, PGNCS, PINGS, Primary Guidance Navigation Control System. Okay, first ping got accepted. No noun 49 on that. And there we go. We're 125, 51, 33, 52. 125, 51, 33, 52. Proceed. Yeah, here it's just PGNS, Primary Guidance and Navigation System. Not to be confused with PQGS, Propellant Quantity Gauging System. Not to be confused with RCS PQGS. Just like how temperature and propellant temp press monitor is not to be confused with temp press monitor. Gotta love the LEM. All right, y dot here. Our y dot is minus 0.00008. Y dot take, and we're just waiting on 10 marks for this. So, while we wait, actually, we are going to have to do a recalculation here because we're at minus 42 minutes. Actually, you know what? I can actually stand to do, to wait the next 2 marks. So we'll go back to the command module. We will reinitialize W matrix. We will start mark sequence again. And I'm also going to take some sextant marks. Since we got the time. We got like 2 minutes to take a few marks. Oh, this is the great benefit of Orbiter Beta, by the way. You see that box with Eagle? That's available in both versions. However, in Orbiter 2024, also called Open Orbiter, this box does not appear until you're very close by. You'll still see the flashing light, though. So if you want to practice without the box, it's good practice. I like to do it with the box if I have the box available, though. And this is why I'm really scared of doing Rendezvous and Apollo 7 on Open Orbiter, because this box is not available. I'm worried that I won't be able to find the booster. But we'll see what happens. I think one more solid mark after the attitude has stabilized here. There we go. And we'll accept that mark sequence. And we can verify that the mark sequence is good, because if we flip back to CMC, after the mark sequence has finished processing, we should see this drive right to the lunar module, assuming we're holding a good attitude. So we did take about 2 to 3 marks, so yep, and it drives right to it. So we're good there. Back to the LEM, and I said I could stand to wait those 2 minutes for the 10 marks, so we go over 32. And the reason I can stand is because we are not going to do a plane change maneuver. Actually, yeah, we're not going to do a plane change maneuver. So, because of that, I can stand it, because we have 5 minutes to wait on this computation, and that's more than enough time. When you get a little more experience with your rendezvous, you can kind of do something like that. In the beginning, just just always go with the time first. The time is the most important. Go with that first. If it says minus 42 minutes and it says wait for 10 marks under it, just go with the 42 minutes and recalculate right away. Yeah, we're probably not going to do the entire rendezvous today. I think that would be a little overkill. After TPI, though, there's not going to be a lot of time in between burns. It's going to get very intense. So maybe we'll do it today, or maybe I'll have it separated by, like, here's a sort of slow calculation stuff. You can sort of fart around in this, experiment a bit. And then after TPI, you're right into the nitty-gritty of you really got to hurry up, take a few marks, calculate mid-course, and burn. And then you do that twice, and then you do your braking gates, and it happens all really, really fast. So I may do end the stream after we burn TPI, sort of that slow segment where you have time to experiment, and then just that fast segment and that final part of Rendezvous. That may be what we do. Still thinking about it, though. Alright, let's take a look at our now in 13 real quick. And it looks like it has remained the same so far. So not a whole lot of error, which is really good. Y dot was not greater than 2 feet per second. We read it as minus 0.00008. So if it's anything greater than plus or minus 00020. And even if it said 20, I would still do the plane change. I would say plus equals to 2 feet per second. But anything less than that, you go to scrub, so you can just hit fail. And now wait for the T-minus 30-minute mark. So that does give us about 2 minutes to make some optics marks. So we'll do such, verb 57, back in the lem, or sorry, in the CM, taking marks on our good friend, the lem. And there she goes with that attitude stuff. You can take marks while the attitude is adjusting. You can, however, it's not entirely recommended for 2 factors. A, the human response time, when you click mark, it may have drifted further than you would have liked it. And B, if the attitude is driving, there is the possibility that it does mess with the mark calculation. So you never really want to take marks when the attitude is driving too fast. You also want to take marks about every 15 to 25 seconds, and never anything less than that. Because then they don't get taken. You noticed I took 3 marks, but it only calculated 2 because one of them I took a little bit too soon. So you do want to wait just a little bit before taking the next mark. And yeah, just so you can see, you can do it with just the blinking light. However, you guys probably can't see that too well on YouTube after compression, so I'll keep the bounding box enabled. I'll accept that mark sequence. And you can see it's going to drive around kind of haphazardly. If the computer's doing a heavy calculation, the sextant is not viewed as an as important thing, so it's going to stop driving the sextant for a while it's making its heavy calculation. You can see right when that last mark has been processed, it drives the sextant right to the lem, and it keeps it good tracked on it. So if you're ever, after you're done with your marks, like, why is it not lining up right away? Just remember, this is, 1972. So, or 1969 for Apollo 11. 1969 to 1972 tech. It's not the fastest in the world, or the best. We'll re-init W matrix, verb 93. And back to take a few more marks. We did that 2 minutes late, but that's no problem. We just need to wait for 4 marks. And 28, 27, 26, 25. We had 29 minutes roughly, so we'll get our 4 marks, and that's no problem. Here we are go to make a few more optics marks. I wish this rendezvous light flashed a little more frequently. Maybe every half second or so. It gets a little bit difficult when you're just doing it like this to see the changes that happen. It gets a little difficult to line this stuff up. If it flashed a little more frequently, it'd be kind of easier, but it is what it is. It can't be a straight strobe, or it can't be just on all the time either, because it would just look like a star. I would say after that last optics mark processes, we're go for final computation. So here we're actually going to terminate VHF mark sequence, wait for that last optics mark to calculate in, and we'll pro for final comp. Here's our distance, 153.91 nautical miles. I know the gap for the decimal point is in the wrong spot, but that's because the light here is just a decimal point for delta V. There is no decimal point for VHF ranging, so just it's 153.57. And increasing in speed because we're getting closer. And there we go. There's our 4 marks. We will reinitialize W matrix. And I think we have not gotten AOS yet, but we'll set forward just in preparation for AOS. AOS happens at kind of different times than the flight plan, so... AOS. There she is. Alright. And that's at Madrid. We're waiting for Goldstone for the LEM, if I remember the tracking stations right. Yeah, waiting for Goldstone for the LEM. We'll get it shortly, though. If we got it in the CM, we're definitely going to get it very shortly in the LEM here. Verify comms. And signal strength is as good as we can get it on an Omni antenna, so. If you're wondering where the lunar module is, and there's the Earthrise, by the way. If you're wondering where the lunar module is, it's chilling over there, and we can tell it's over there because that's where the sextant peoples are pointing. And damn, this is taking forever to computate. we can always know where the command module is because the rendezvous radar antenna is always pointing at it, and it is always available to see in the COAS. We can't see it with the naked eye right now because we're very far away. We are, as you can see, approximately 150 nautical miles away from our target. Waiting on that computer to calculate, we may just switch into bitrate high real quick in the hopes that we can give that computer the kick in the ass it needs to speed up a little bit. We do not have comms yet. I really don't know what is taking this program so long to calculate. I feel like we're going to get the program alarm again. In hopes to speed this up, we are actually going to fully terminate program 20 here. Verb 56. Or was it verb 59? Hold on. Verb 56, yes. That should terminate program 20. Hopefully we can get that to speed up. And we do have AOS Goldstone. We do have our 5 marks. We'll go for recomputation here. We will acquire on the slewable. Yeah, shut up. I know you lost comm. Okay. Auto track. Yes, I'm well aware. Okay. How's the fuel manifold doing? Good. Oxidizer manifold. Good. Propellant. Good. Helium. Good. Quad temperatures. Good, 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 good. Waiting for computation. How's the computation in the CM doing? Yikes, 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 yikes. I don't know what to think about that. It's getting a little scary now. Look at that, we get this one right away. So what the hell is it with the command module? Good here. Good here. And give ourselves a noun 13, 126, 21, 33, 52. No change in time. Verb 90. Now that we're getting closer, we can see RCS is firing just a smidgen more sporadically. It's normal. So our y dot in terms of the lunar module is going to be in terms of not the lunar module, in terms of not the plane change maneuver, but just to add to this. And we're looking at hopefully still less than 2 feet per second. Let's take a look real quick at what's happening in the lunar module, or sorry, the command module. Now I got myself all mixed up. And she is still thinking. I even gave ourselves a verb 56 in hopes of terminating program 20 there. Well, I hate to break it to us, but we may end up having to do a restart of our computer. Look at that! Under 2 feet per second. Wonderful. Proceed. Yeah, we're gonna cut our losses here. we're going to cut our losses, and we're going to try to... how much time do I have to do this? Well, it's not enough, but we can set one up. First and foremost, a CSM state vector update targeting the Columbia, of course. And we're just gonna drop that in the corner real quick. Go for final computation. So yeah, the decision is cut my loss with the CMC computer. We did a verb 56, and a verb 56 did not go through to get us out of that soft lock there, so we just did a verb 69 and a verb 37, enter, 00, enter. We're going to uplink some new state vectors, and we're going to try again after our constant delta height burn. Final computation is in. And we are going to insert the negative y dot into row 2. Go to proceed. Mark sequences up. We'll do our eggs downlink. T minus 8 minutes. It is NASP. Yes, it is. 1300, fantastic. 440 should show minus 180. Beautiful. Alright, so 5.4, and so we just need to bring you down slightly. And that should definitely be within the realms of good enough now. As long as it's within 1 degree. Give ourselves a 400 plus 3. 400 readout just to make sure that that went through, and it's done. Good. 277. Should show 5 point whatever, same as our local verticals, so that's good. And we've got roughly 2 minutes here, so let's try and get this thing up. Display 00, CSM, Columbia. Calculate link. Okay, CMC lunar module navigation update. Targeting Eagle, calculate, uplink. All the data is being uplinked properly. The computer is accepting it properly. Good, and I am manually verifying each row of data. And it's in. All right, we'll see how that goes. Our next cycle here. Coming up on 5 minutes. We are going to bypass maneuver. Verb 06, noun 86. And here we're just going to take a moment to note these down for our update in the command module for our lunar module state vector 6.3, and this is our delta V's, and that wraps up CDH log. Now we just put in our delta V's, 2.4. Get that with the 500 readout and a key release. Translation enabled. All right, we're chilling for the burn. Let's see if we can't make this all. It's quite a substantial amount on our delta Z.
Translation. Rotation.
Whatever. Well, we can burn it in time. We'll be okay. $115 nautical miles away. 100, 1500, 1600, 17, 117. Yep, pretty good. 1 minute 50 seconds. Unfortunately, we cannot see it yet. One minute. How's our quantities doing? Our quantities are really good, actually. We're gonna do the verb 77 early, just because it causes a display update to not go through. And we will get at hold in a couple of seconds. Okay, at hold. And that gets the disky back up. 407 plus 10000. Enter 500. Readout.
Translation.
13, 12, 11, 10, 9. The ignition sequence start. No, I'm just kidding. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Powering plus X. Stand by for cutoff. Cutoff. Powering minus Z. Trimming residuals. And there she goes.
Rotation.
Proceed. TPI. Verb 76. Auto. $400 plus 2. 417 plus 1. 34. Enter. DET stop. Reset. Standing by for initial time of ignition calculation. Okay, initial calculation for TPI is plus 00126 plus 00057 plus 04850. Verify 0.02660 verified. Proceed to accept auto maneuver. And proceed to accept those noun 55 data. And ready to take marks. Verb 37, enter. 76, enter. Our delta V for that burn was minus 00284, enter. Minus 00019, enter. Minus 00163, enter. Proceed. Time of ignition was 126, 21, 33, 52. Proceed. DET stop reset. We are 105.7 nautical miles away and approaching rapidly. Program 20 is in. We'll see how she wants to auto maneuver. Accept auto maneuver. Yes, and welcome, NCAT. It is a pleasure to see you on the stream. I'm sure you saw my community post, so I apologize that I can't really, help you with reentry very much. There's quite a big bug that needs to be fixed in it right now, so. But it is a pleasure to see you here, and I hope you stay for the rendezvous. Depending on what time we finish up this burn here, I may continue until the rendezvous is at its completion. But we'll see. For the time being, we're going to let that get into attitude. We should be up to almost 4 marks here. Yep, 102 nautical miles away. We are approaching very, very, very rapidly now. We actually take a look. We are moving towards our target at a rate of 183 feet per second. Just a hair over 183 feet per second. Very, very, very fast. If that's any indication on how rapidly we'll be closing with the CM, we may have to do an initial secret 6th braking gates to bring us down to the proper approach speed. But you know, we still have our TPIs and our mid-course corrections. So we'll definitely slow down enough. Program alarm. $120. Terminate mark sequence. We have it in, okay. Verb 93 to reinitialize W matrix. Verb 87. Program alarm. You have got to be kidding. 4 120 alarms. 4 times 1. Why 120 alarms on program 20? Let's hit it with the verb. 58 should terminate. Sextant mark sequence. Verb 88 should terminate. Rendezvous radar mark sequence. We did verb 93. Initialize mark sequence again. And we're going to have to cut our losses with P20 and go, not to P30, my bad. We'll need to go right to program 34, which stops that. Well, it did stop that alarm momentarily. LEM time of ignition. We totally forgot to reinitialize W matrix here. LEM time of ignition is 126 hours, 57 minutes, 48.50 seconds. Proceed. Got some new data to type here, all zeros, and 13000. "26 minutes and counting down. Program alarm is still up. State vectors are still good, though. Couldn't tell you. And we are going to have to recompute 2 marks early, but she'll be fine. Eggs TPI, we're going to start programming that. I have a few moments to diagnose that program alarm. So that's going to be new time of ignition, 126:57:48:50. Looks good. Standing by for deltas. Our deltas look good. There's our delta V at line of sight. And go to reset the event timer here. Okay, let's try and diagnose that alarm real quick. So I'm looking for the Apollo AGC program alarms. Programmer's manual, onboard computer user's guide. Nope, nope. AGC pad loads, nope. EMEM programs, nope. System test, software requirements, memos. Systems handbooks. That could be one. I feel like I'm looking for a different one. Now we'll try the systems handbooks. No, operations handbooks. No. "22 minutes. We'll do another recycle. Yeah, this, yeah, we're yet again going to terminate. So it is a problem contained within program 20 that we're running into these issues. Good to know, good to know. Anyways, I'm going to use the restroom real quick. That's the flight recorder player, excuse me. I'm going to use the restroom real quick. So I'm going to take my leave of absence. We're going to take a small break, and I'm going to figure out what that program alarm is doing. So, well, we'll be right back. Aha! Program alarm 120 is an optics torque request with optics not zeroed. I figured it out. It's incredibly hard to find, and the reason is because when you search for AGC program alarms, you end up getting the famous 1202 and everything about that, but that's not what I want. Okay, so yeah, optics torque request with optics not zeroed. And what was that 604 alarm? CDH to TPI less than 10 minutes. Okay. Or it could have been 605. Number of iterations exceeded max, or exceeded loop maximum. That's what it was. 605. Not 604. Yeah, it was program alarm 605, which was, it was taking too long. It occurs only on P32, 72, and 37. Right, so to fix the optics, that issue is pretty simple. While we're waiting on that, to fix this up, you zero this out. And you do verb 40, noun 72. Excuse me, actually it's done automatically with this. Make sure you don't get the pings alarm, and that should stop us from getting all that erroneous BS. There's not much time to test if it works, but it is what it is. So this is unchanged. Unchanged. There's our deltas. Go for those. Fuel manifold, good. Oxidizer manifold, good. Propellant, good. Helium, good. Back to oxidizer. Quad temps are good. Verb 90. Time will be 126, 57, 4850. And that's going to spit us out our Y dot while that's calculating. This is actually doing its proper thing now. No program alarms here. Good, 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 good. Well, we know that that works. Very nice, very nice, very nice. And our Y dot is 4. plus 4. Proceed. 15 minutes and some odd seconds. We are about 1 second off on the timer, so we're going to go ahead and reset that. 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, down, mark. And a little bit early, we're going to go stop start. And that is good. We are going to go ahead and, well, we can actually start taking radar marks again, and we'll take a few optics marks if we can. Just to get a few of them built up in the old state vector slot. I don't think we can take optics marks. Oh, we can take optics marks in program 20. Very good. We're just going to correct for the time that we weren't marking real quick. Take a few last second marks. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, mark. Yep, I already found it. I found it. Thanks though, Ralph. I will link the document that I found. But yeah, no, there's like, it's really hard to find anything related to the CMCQ cards for program alarms because they're all taken by all the news with 1201, 1202, yada yada yada. Yes. Y'all know what I'm talking about. 13 minutes. Coming up on final computation time. I totally missed the opportunity to put that 13-minute mark in here properly, but that's okay. We're not burning with eggs anyways. Everyone left after I decided to take, what was that, all but a 5-minute break. And a lot of people left. Only the real people stay. Only the real people stay. Okay, T-minus 12 minutes. Proceed for final computation. I did download the cue cards, but if you would like to see what that program alarm is, here you go. Took me a bit to find, my apologies. And so, yeah, now Madison, you can see why I would say you should not be making marks for your first time doing Rendezvous. You can see how this might be just a touch bit annoying. I'm really proud of the fact that I was pulling, 10, 15 people. That's great. Oh, hey, new time of ignition of TPI. That's crazy. New TIG. 126. 57. 42. 45. Yeah, I don't know why everyone left. I said I was literally going to be like 5-10 minutes, and then everyone left. I don't know. Maybe they were like, oh, they'll never figure out the program alarm. I figured it out, God damn it. Don't doubt me. That's okay. Next one, we'll probably pull in some more people. Hopefully. Maybe during the entry part. A lot of people do like that. Here's our delta V's. Delta V's are plus 00 with 389 minus 00004 minus 00020. Them's the delta V's. We're going to have to reset the timer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Count it down. And it will be the very first lunar entry recorded on the channel, if I remember correctly. Or the very first tutorial of one, as the last tutorial I was making of an entry, I died. So, yeah. Good on me. I got sidetracked with something else that was going on, and I totally didn't get those chutes armed to be deployed in time. My fault, but what do you do? I'll have to remake that Earth orbit only entry procedures again, but we'll do that when we loop back around to Apollo 7. Or, you know what? I think we agreed that I should do Apollo 9 next on the channel. The hardest mission in NASP. I'm game. It's actually my favorite mission. I missed it again! Damn! Whatever. Okay, switch to CM, and we are going to terminate program 20. And switch to LEM. Yeah. I remember. Yeah, you remember the abort. You remember the abort. That was back when I was not comfortable talking, and honestly, I still think that's one of the best videos on the channel. I really do. I may make that video featured. I was too nervous to talk, but it really just goes to show you the depth of NASP. It really does. It was great. 406 views. Chat rate of 2. Oh my god. Wait, hold on. Let's take a look. 390 subs. What? Today, I picked a damn good day to stream. Okay. Woo! People like the 7 p.m. stream. I'll keep that in mind. They do like the old 7 p.m. stream. Can you see the CSM yet? No, we are 60 nautical miles away. Yeah, we're nowhere near to seeing the CM. Okay, 41, enter. And for that P76, we enter the local vertical delta V's. Which means we're going to have to write down those noun 86 registers, bypass auto maneuver, and verb 06, noun 86. So delta V's then for our local vertical are plus 00339. Minus 00004 minus 00191. Plus 00000 450, sorry, 450 plus 00339 451 minus 00004 452 minus 00191 407 plus 0 502. Looks like a reasonable total to me. Key release, translation enabled. We are going to just prepare a 407 plus 1. And let's take a look to see if we can see the CM yet. Probably. Is that it? No, of course it's not. Is it? No. I don't think we'll see it yet. Let's see, wrong. Window. Yeah, not yet. Not yet. We are getting close, though. We're getting close to the point of where we could see it. Yeah, I am definitely going to have to write a debriefing for this stream since we did get some odd situations happening. Is the light on? That's actually a good question. I have a few seconds to check. Yes, the light is indeed on. The light's on. And yeah, we are about 10 nautical miles to the point of where we could just barely start making the light out. So we're closing at a rate of 166, 67, 68 feet per second. Yeah, make that 67.6 feet per second. Are chilling at about 51 nautical miles away, so we should have acquisition very, very, very shortly. Alrighty, verb 77, at hold, 502, readout, standing by for the burn.
Translation.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ignition. Cut off. All right, and trimming. Trim complete. MCC1.
Rotation.
S-band antenna aft, and let's get this thing out of the way. Yaw 0, pitch 90, tracker slew. That should move that comms antenna to its park position. And standing by for the T plus 12 minute mark. Getting a 50-18, we're going to accept that auto maneuver. Tracking established. Do we see it yet? No, not yet. We're getting there, though. We're getting there. Almost at that 40 nautical miles. Alright. Let's do our update. Delta V's. Time of ignition. And let us just make sure that we get that zeroed out. I don't want to run into another BS program alarm or anything like that. "39 nautical miles away from our targets." When we can see it in the big optics, we can see it in the by eye, basically. Mars almost got me real excited. I thought that was it for a second. Mars, yeah, you almost got me there. Almost got me. You know, I could make a meme about when things are computing too long, and that is due to the nature of which number the restart verb is. But we're not gonna make that joke. We're not gonna make that joke. I want to, but we're not gonna make that joke. We're not gonna make that joke. Resist the temptation to make the joke. Okay, on target. Tracking established. Reset W matrix. Accept first marks. Program 35, mid-course correction program is in. Let's take a couple of optics marks, shall we? I'm excited. Can we see it? Oh, darn. We can see the Earth, though. Pretty nice. Yeah, we can see it here, though. Okay, and mark. 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 And that's good for a mark sequence for now. Let's double check time here. Okay, we've got about 3 minutes to take more marks. We'll get just a couple more optics marks. It's going to be hard when we're this close because we keep, you know, bouncing around like no one's business. But it's just what you kind of have to deal with. Okay, that's going to be our final optics marks. Let's let those process and see what we get out of this. Since our VHF only takes about a mark every minute 20 seconds, it's definitely this mid-course correction is mostly reliant on sextant marks. Okay, stand by. Gonna go grab a drink real quick. Oh, never mind on that. Going to get a drink real quick. What is it? S-band receiver. That just means we had LOS. Okay, gonna go grab a drink real quick. I need to be back to hit that proceed button right at that 12-minute mark. Deltas. TPI log is done. MCC1 is going to occur 15 minutes after. So what we do is we take the, ooh, look at that. We had a momentary Wi-Fi problems. I think we're good now, though. Let me know if we do get any issues. But we're going to take 57 and add 15 to that, which is 72. Subtract 60, and that gets us 12. So time of ignition is 127. 12 and 42, 45. Because the MCCs happen exactly 15 minutes after. And then we just do the deltas, which is 4 balls 8, 4 balls 3, and 3 balls 22. So that's good. Line of sight calculation, that's what we gotta burn. Standing by, 2 minutes for that burn. We're not gonna reset the timer because we don't need to. 41, enter, enable TTCA, and we'll bypass the attitude maneuver when that comes up. All right, off to the LEM, and in a hurry, or CM, that is. That is a lot of delta V. Yeah, these calculations, they're definitely not correct. But we're just going to go with the procedures of setting it up anyways. Most likely command module state vector is iffy. Although if the command module state vector was iffy, our sextant wouldn't be pointed correct. Yeah, something's funny is going on with the computer, and I don't like it. So that is way too much delta V. That's like an engine burn and a half delta V's worth, so that's fine. It'll get sorted out later. We have about a minute to go for the burn.
Translation.
Can we see it? We cannot see it. Yeah, no, that gave me a gut. You should clip that, actually. Can you clip that? I'm gonna write it in the chat, the time. That is correct. I think it was at about like 3 hours, 10 minutes or so. Audio is in and out. Okay, hold on. 1 second. Okay, how are we? Transferred to backup network. I'm gonna clip that part where the master alarm scares me. I think that's gonna be a good clip. All right, give me a thumbs up, or give me F in the chat for my 5G network. Real quick, give me F in the chat for 5G if you're still here. 5-5, thank you. Thank you, thank you. All right, continuing on with this burn. Nulling them residuals.
Rotation. Translation.
It's going to be minus X a little bit. A little bit of that, a little bit of that, a little bit of that. And I'm going to say that that is pretty much as good as we can get. Okay, mid-course corrections are started. We are 19.5 nautical miles out. What do you think? Can the human eye see 19 miles? That is a good question, and the answer is no, they cannot. Okay, 0684, those are our Delta V's. Time of ignition. We're just going to do VHF ranging marks on this, and we'll see what that comes up with. First of all, actually, we're going to check to see if it can even see the LEM. It can. Very good. We'll see what VHF only marks do for us. Look at that. 100 feet away. Only can go a minute back. That's okay. I'll clip it later. That's a-okay. I've got the powers. We're getting super close. We should definitely be within range of our target very shortly. Unless, of course, we were side lobe locked, which, since I can't see the command module yet, I'm starting to feel like might be the case. I've done this before, and it does really suck when it happens. The way to check is to simply go external, camera, track, target 2, Columbia, and then go target relative and bring us up. So no, it looks like we're pointed at the correct thing. We literally just cannot see it yet. Crazy. We could see it from the command module though. Well, that's nerve-wracking. I seriously hope we are not side low blocked, because at this point we can see the target. We cannot from this window though, and that really worries me. I don't know. I don't know. I'm nervous about it. We could see it from the command module. It could just be that the lunar module has not gotten the updates for the range, the ranging stuff. Totally possible. Totally possible. My heart's beating on this one because I would have wasted all your time. But you know what? This Rendezvous stream's the most viewed viewed stream I have ever had. So if I have to do it again, I will not be disappointed. This has been a very good stream for the channel. I've never gotten this much interaction, engagement, and subscribers in one stream. And I really do feel like it is because Starship is launching soon. I'm gonna be honest, I really do feel like it's because Starship is launching soon. And so everyone's like, oh, the Starship, and it's going to have to do lunar orbit rendezvous, and this and that, and that and this. So that's what I think it is, honestly. But it's been an amazing stream, and it's been fun. We've been chilling here, a good time chatting. We had a few scares, a few program alarms. You know, I like a flawless mission. It feels good to fly a flawless mission. But if all of my missions were flawless, it wouldn't be as entertaining for you guys. Like the random master alarm scare and the computer alarms that, yeah, I had to take 5 minutes to figure out. We did drop a lot of viewers because of that, but it was entertaining when it was happening. So that master alarm scare though, that got me going. Shit. I thought like I ran out of RCS in the quads or something. But this is the most RCS I've had in a rendezvous for really, really long time. So this has been a great rendezvous and a great stream. We are 71,000 feet away from the target. Not seeing it visually yet. However, the command module is able to see it visually with the scanning telescope. That is, if it did not just get eclipsed. Nope. We can see the eagle. We cannot see that blinking light from this distance. So yeah, we're not going to see the it is made itself very clear that we're not going to see the target yet. We're going to go ahead with this final computation in about another. We're going to start it a minute early compared to the lunar module. And the reason is because last time I started that burn slightly late. I don't want to do that again. So I learned my lesson. We'll start that computation just about a minute early. Yeah, we are coming in hot. 65,000 feet, 90 feet per second. Okay. Let's start that computation. And then we'll add 15 to 12. That's made us 27. So MCC2 0127 00027 plus 04245. Proceed. Final comp in progress. Final comp complete here. Yeah, I don't know why our deltas are calculating to be ridiculously high. And we got our deltas. Wonder if it's a digital autopilot weight issue we got going on. Bypass maneuver, TTCA enable. We're good in terms of switching to the command module. We've already got everything here set up. We just bypass that, and that gets us everything we need to do here. And a program alarm. We're just going to ignore it. How about that? Coming up on 40,000 feet. Yeah, I probably did that state vector update wrong or something. I don't know. Whatever it is, I hope it doesn't impact us on our way home. That's for damn sure. Standing by for that disky blank.
Rotation. Translation.
Okay, ignition. That's about as good as it's gonna get. Proceed. 0, 0. Enter. And we're going to switch back to the CM while we're waiting for that. And we're going to do mid-course correction 2 update. Enter. DAP configuration. 11002. Proceed. Our lunar module weight is, I think we're actually just going to hit proceed on that. And we're going to start our thrust monitor program. There it is. We see it. We see it. There she is. All right, low multiplier. Thrust monitoring program is in. Initializing radar salt test. Specifically not to test it, but to get our range readout. Okay, so here's our deltas, which were minus 00002 plus 00003 plus 00016, and time of ignition was 00127 plus 00027 plus 04245. Proceed. Yes, I'm still going. Real time on the rendezvous. I do all my rendezvous in real time, just because there's so much to do. There's not even. Honestly, if someone does rendezvous and they skip time, they're mad. They're crazy. 62, verb 89. I am getting huge deltas in the computer programs here. In the command module for whatever reason, and I don't know why, because I did a fresh state vector update. We were pointing really, really good at the lunar module and everything, so I've no idea why that was a problem. So yeah, no idea, but we've rendezvoused, and it's nothing mission control can't take care of when they give us uplinks and stuff. I just don't know why, if our rendezvous were so on target and our P20s were taking really good marks, why those deltas ended up being so high.
Rotation, translation.
But who knows? What I do know is we arrived in the end. We're there. We see it. It's blinking away. And we got ourselves on a low multiplier. And I'm actually going to save from doing any translation correction until we're a bit closer. Actually, we could try to make one now, and we'll see how that goes. I don't think it's going to go very well.
Rotation. Translation.
Yeah, burn translation. Let's zero out. Actually, we can zero out on low multiplier pretty decently. There we go. I thought it would jump around a little more crazily, but we have a lot of RCS. So we're not as underweight as I normally am at this point. Rarely had a nominal rendezvous. Yeah, I don't know. And I got like a program alarm about the sextant not being zeroed out, and that I've never gotten before because, oh, I did a verb 69. That's probably why I got it, because I got stuck in a loop. I got the command module computer was taking like over 10 minutes to compute the final computation. All the refreshes, it did fine, but that final computation for both P32 and P33. For P32, we actually got the too many computation loops exceeding maximum alarm, the 605 alarm. For 33, that alarm does not exist according to the cue cards. So that thing just was sitting there calculating for 10 minutes. I was worried it was going to start a fire because it was getting so hot. So I did the old restart on the computer. And I really hope that we didn't like fudge up something else in the computer that is not the state vectors that will impact trajectories later. I highly doubt it though. Whatever it is, mission controls will fix it when I get that next uplink, so I'm not too worried. And besides, I got the pad data anyways, which is generated by ground radar tracking, so no matter what, we can't go. But nonsense, the computer has a fixed constant heat output. I know, just a little bit of role play, you know? Gotta spice things up. We did have a good scare with the alarm earlier. For whatever reason, Apollo 11 has you do the rendezvous in CWE enable. And so every time we get loss of signal, we get this screeching alarm. And I was 1 minute away from hitting proceed on the MCC1 final comp. And I was like, okay, I got a minute, I can refill my water real quick. As soon as I get up out of my chair, you know, just I was like, oh, I guess I'm not getting water. Gave me a heart attack. A little bit more translate down. Since I have so much RCS, I'm doing this these translation corrections on low multiplier. I have so much RCS, it's actually heinous. I've never seen myself with this much RCS. Yeah, the LEM rendezvous went wonderfully. The CM rendezvous procedures have been catastrophic. Yeah, and scare the crap out. A nice way to unwind after work, I have to say. Absolutely, and I really appreciate you being here. I'm gonna look into that CSI rendezvous. I wanted to give like a basic overview on how to fly one, and probably my next video is gonna be an MS Paint video on how it actually works. We've got slow our roll now. Yeah, we were coming in a little hot. I think if we're exceeding 50 feet per second, we had a very secretive 5th braking gate, but I didn't see it listed, so. Oh my god. Wait. We have to take this. Look at that. It is there. I always get so happy when I see it because I'm not side low blocked then. I always am very self-conscious about getting side low blocked now. I did it one time and it wasted like 4 hours. I wanted to cry. You get so invested in these missions because you're so intimate with everything. Unlike reentry, where it's just like, oh, we're on our way to the moon. Time to time skip times 2,000. And no, here it's not happening. You get very, very intimate with the procedures and the spacecraft, and so you get really invested. And when something goes wrong, it hurts the soul. It does. Here, why don't I do the old rendezvous on? Actually, no, I can't do that anymore because the window shade blocker thing. I'm bringing back shiny racks. Thanks for asking, Doritos. Yeah, no, I'll have to check that out. I like MS Paint. I've done it many times on this channel so far, MS Paint. Mostly with reentry videos, though. But reentry's on hold for the time being because of IMU bugs and or state vector bugs. Either way, not great. There she is. Perfectly on target. Yeah, absolutely. I also do like that NASP is, albeit the most complex space simulation out there, it's still approachable in a way where, seriously, that someone who doesn't have a 100% grasp on Rendezvous can perform it. The checklists are written so well. Sometimes. P57 aside, the checklists are written so well. I turned the ordeal off, so it's definitely not that. I checked that on stream and everything. Whoop. Impact alarms coming up. When do we actually get station keeping? Was that at 100 feet or 200 feet? I forgot. It's not listed in here. I was just going on about how good the checklists were. When do we station keep? I think it's 100 feet, right? I'm gonna go with 100 feet. That seems like a good one for me. I'm gonna start the burn maybe at like 150, just for not too crazy coming in. I mean, it is a little fast, to be honest. I may do that braking at. Let's final braking at. We can slow down now. Here it's like 1 foot per second. Fix our attitude or our translational error. And then we're coming in. And wow, this is so decently lined up. I think this may be the easiest rendezvous ever. Dare I say, I might even attempt a LEM active rendezvous. No, I'm just kidding. LEM active rendezvous. That's crazy. And that's pretty much station keeping. A very, very slow approach. We're just gonna aft just a kiss. Yeah. But you know, with the tutorials and stuff, and hopefully this video, hopefully this helps. I know I haven't been explaining a whole lot, mostly just showing how to fly it and what to do when there is program alarms. Because boy, do we have on this mission. Sweet, merciful Buddha. Yeah, no, LEM active docking was horrendous. And 10 out of 10 we'll never do again. But I will say we are drifting to the right slightly. There we go. Come on. Please go to the state vector so I can key in verb 76. Pretty please. Pretty please. Deadband minimum. Go as, we're going to switch you to the overhead. Thank you. Verb 76. Enter. Go as is overhead. Exterior lights to duck. And rotates to be in the proper docking orientation. Docking target is mounted. Very good. Face-to-face orientation. So LEM, Z-axes, and CM. Okay. Okay, sure. That's pretty much already done. LGC, Chef Trunnion. See, now we're drifting off to the
Rotation. Translation.
right a little bit.
Rotation.
I bet you, I'd be willing to bet it's because our attitude is not holding anymore.
Translation.
Give ourselves a little plus X there.
Rotation.
Yeah, okay, I don't like this on pulse.
Translation. Rotation. Translation. Rotation. Translation. Rotation. Translation. Rotation. Translation. Rotation. Translation. Rotation.
Okay, that's pretty good. Shaft trunnion, plus minus 50. Verb 41, noun 72, enter. Plus 0000, plus 3200. Proceed, verb 16, and noun 72. Yeah, Rendezvous in Apollo 9 was fairly easy. That's correct. Minus the fact that I accidentally...
Translation. Rotation.
You know, fudged up the, accidentally fudged up the eggs, like, Earth's radius is, bigger than the moon, so I forgot to multiply the egg stuff by 10, and that's the only problem I had during Rendezvous. After that, it was all smooth sailing from there on out. Okay, I'm really mad that this is not holding a great attitude, so we may end up just going to eggs.
Translation.
Okay, that's better. Eggs coming in for the win. Rendezvous radar, can you... Please. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, Rendezvous radar's a wee bit drunk right now, but it's good enough. Alright, pitch down. Oops, that was translate. Exactly not what I did. I did not want to do. Don't you hate when that happens?
Rotation.
Alright, eggs, calm down. Hey, we can finally go back to pings. Now it's in verb 77. CSM active docking. Trans control power on. Direct. CMC auto. App 1, 2. All the RCS is on. Just gonna auto click through that. Docking probes on. Retract is armed and guarded. Pyros are logicked. Coas power and mount. Pyro arm. Program 47. What? I hate when that happens.
Translation. Rotation. Translation. Rotation.
Alright, there we go.
Translation. Rotation.
Are we on SCS? No, we're in CMC auto. Okay, why the hell do we have so much damn rate? Okay, there she is. And holy crap. Okay, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. Stop to smell the roses. Stop to smell the roses. Screenshot, please. Stop to smell the damn roses for a second. Okay, back to docking. Alright, everyone's lined up. We're all very happy. Close, distance, and dock. Yes. Yes, yes, please. Thank you.
Translation.
So we need to come a little bit left. And a little bit down. Yeah, that's like, that is a flippin' majestic photo. Okay, we're gonna start closing our distance just a little bit. Okay, pretty good here.
Rotation.
Fix our rotation now.
Translation.
Yeah, plenty of gas to do this. Okay. Good, good, good. Yeah, I like doing my
Rotation.
dockings on SCS. I know, it's not supposed to, like the procedure says not to. However, I fly on keyboard and mouse. So any form of stability assist is definitely going to be had and taken. I'm sure you understand.
Rotation. Translation.
I don't know if we're behind schedule, and quite frankly, I could not care. We got to smell the roses. We got to do docking. It has been
Translation.
a great time today. We're at 128.01. I think we're supposed to have docked technically by 128, but we're fine. We're fine. I sent a screenshot to NASP Swag if you saw that. Beautiful screenshots. Turns out if you enter attitude properly, fixing yourself with translations and stuff, docking becomes easier and you get amazing photos. For those of you who don't know, to dock with the lunar module, it's pretty easy. There's two forms of error, your attitude and your translation. Attitude error is basically depicted by, does the T look like a T, and does it overlap with the coas? Translational errors are depicted by any sort of gray gap between the sticks. So this has to line up with this has to line up with this has to line up with that. And if it doesn't, that is a translational error. So usually I will fix the translations before I do any amount of rotating. So here we can slow down. And so you can see, actually, we should pitch down slightly. And what happens when we do pitch down slightly is we can see that gray starts to disappear. That's very good. Now we just want to basically pitch up and fix that attitude error. So that's how to read this thing. It's a pretty simple one.
Rotation. Translation.
And it does get a little difficult because the lem is rocking around and you're rocking around, and it can be just slightly difficult sometimes. But once you get the hang of it, it's pretty alright. And you can see that Lem just made a knee-jerk movement on a roll, so as we're approaching,
Rotation.
we just need to match
Translation.
that knee-jerk movement on the roll. And by roll for Lem, it's actually yaw. But we'll get to that on Apollo 9 when we do that, because that's the next mission we're doing, so.
Rotation. Translation.
And we got it. Okay, CMC free. We'll let the wigglies dampen out. And now, brace your ears for the best sound that mankind has ever made. There you go. Hard dock. A little bit nerve-wracking doing that in front of an audience. And yeah, one of the things I really like about NASP is that every time, everything's just slightly different. You know, you really don't see the same thing twice, unless you're going in for, like, landing, and you're really good at landing perfectly. You really don't see the same thing twice. Like, your rendezvous is always going to look different every time. Everything's dynamic and fluid, and it's good because, yeah, I've never seen a breathtaking view like that out the window during docking. And, had I not been docking, I would have absolutely stopped to enjoy that a little longer.
Rotation.
Which is totally not how the docking module would sound. I know it'd be a much faster ripple or synchronized snap, yeah. Still though. We're only 4 minutes behind schedule, which is not bad because when you factor in the suits and the depress and all of that jazz, even if we're 4 minutes behind schedule, we're really like 20 minutes ahead of schedule. Totally forgot we were on SCS. I was like, why is SCS chugging so hard? Yeah, that would be that. Although we are on at Deadband Max, so I'm surprised it was chugging that hard. But SCS has that thing, unlike CMC, where when you put in pitch and yaw and roll all at the same time, and the pitch becomes yaw and the yaw becomes roll, or that doesn't make sense. The pitch becomes yaw and the yaw becomes pitch. It tends to buff that out, whereas on CMC, it's sort of a tiny bit more intelligent in that regard, where it doesn't want to do something like that. Here's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna get ourselves a nice stabilization here. There we go. Minus 54, plus 4. We got our spacecraft mass updates ages ago. And we're gonna wait for that to swing around. We're gonna kick into manual. I'm gonna go a little faster. Come on. I saw that. I saw that. You got a little jig there for a second. There we go. Alright, and the last thing we're going to do for the stream is set up our digital autopilot, and we'll call it there. Alright, everyone. Thanks for watching, and we'll do our LEM DAP and everything at a later date. Thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. Woo! We're docked. We're docked. That's what it is. All right, have a good night. Thank you for watching, and I really appreciate those of you who subscribed today. We went from 383 to 390 subscribers in one video. So that's flippin' awesome. And Flight Cal, thanks for subscribing. Your subscription is public, so I can see that. Thank you. And of course, have a good night. Or day, or whatever it is for you. For me, it is day. Very day. Yes. Thank you very much, Swag, for joining. And thanks for the video recommendation. I'm going to get the clip of the master alarm scaring me, if I remember to do that. Madison, if you could please remember to do that. And then, of course, I'm going to pin this message. And just so that when I go look at chat logs and everything, I can look that up and make a video explaining the actual CSI. Not from a flight perspective, but from a, you know, Microsoft Paint perspective. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you all next time.